The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Barry Black, will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, sovereign over this nation and Lord of our lives, our desire is to glorify you through faithful service to our country. Grant us an earnest spirit and steadfast purpose in our work today. Lord, help us to know your will, and having known it, to desire it above our own. Teach us to say what we mean and to mean what we say, speaking with wisdom, integrity, and praise. Grant our lawmakers resoluteness, intentionality, and courage. Quiet every distraction so that they may listen attentively to your voice and speak with conviction and compassion. We pray in your righteous and holy name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., July 15, 2026, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable John Barrasso, a senator from the state of Wyoming, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Jeffrey T. Kuntz of Florida, to be United States District Judge for the Southern District.
Under the previous order,
Mr. President.
The leader.
Mr. President, Americans tend to trust Republicans more than Democrats when it comes to national security. And boy, oh boy, the Democrats seem to demonstrate why that's the case. Yesterday afternoon, Democrats voted against the rise of spending for our nation's defense. This was the conflict in Iran. Well, in case they were operating under misconception, I am happy to tell them this year's National Defense Authorization Act is not an Iran-funded supplement to the basic needs of our military, and the basic needs of our men and women in uniform. Needs that exist no matter what is happening in Iran. What the Democrats voted against yesterday. They increased our troops. They voted against quality of life improvement of the Pentagon security need in this day and age. They voted against shipbuilding efforts to strengthen our naval, maintain our nation's air power. They voted against including 38 of their own. I go on here, Mr. President, but you get the point. Democrats have been playing fast and loose with our nation's security all year. First, there was their record-breaking full government shutdown last fall, which affected our military and all of our nation's security agencies, thinking of the impact that it had on air travel. Then there was their record-breaking shutdown of the Department. Then, after that, Democrats refused to reauthorize a critical intelligence gathering tool, which the Democrat leader himself has described as, I quote, a very important tool for ensuring our national security, end quote. And now they blocked the Senate from considering the National Defense Authorization Act. And who knows what's next? Mr. President, either a fit can't agree to anything because Republicans are trying to make things part. Well, let me spend just a minute correcting the record here. The National Defense Authorization Act that Democrats voted against yesterday, bipartisan. That's right, Mr. President. 4 Democrats voted for a bill at the committee markup. Democrats' record-breaking full government shutdown in the fall. Well, that was because they wouldn't accept a nonpartisan, short-term, clean government funding extension to allow bipartisan negotiations to continue. The Democrats' record-breaking Department of Homeland Security shutdown. Well, that was also because Democrats couldn't take yes for an answer. Democrats and Republicans had agreed on a bipartisan DHS funding bill. Democrats reneged on that agreement because they wanted to negotiate for more, and Republicans said yes to negotiation. And then Democrats shut down the department anyway, even though Republicans were willing to negotiate further. Even though the White House repeatedly offered a robust package of reforms. So as I said, Mr. President, I don't know whether it's self-delusion or deliberate deception But I have heard few things more ludicrous than Democrats' narrative that they can't agree to legislation because Republicans are being partisan. Here are the facts, Mr. President. Democrats can't bring themselves to authorize funding for our nation's security, whether that's security at our border, funding for our military, or paychecks for our troops. It doesn't matter how bipartisan the bill is. Democrats can't bring themselves to support our nation's security. Is it politics, Mr. President? Do Democrats think that voting against our national defense and our nation's military will gain them points with their base? Or do they simply think they can afford to ignore our nation's defense needs until some hostile actor takes advantage of our weakness? I don't know, Mr. President, but I do know that our nation is less safe because of Democrats' actions. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President,
Democratic leader,
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Mr. President, anyone who can represent a known pathological liar like Donald Trump can have no integrity and should never be Attorney General. We all know lawyers are supposed to represent their clients, but when you represent a client who just lies and lies and lies, pathologically, you should never be Attorney General. The only thing today's hearing will confirm is that Todd Blanche represents one client alone, Donald Trump, and he will continue to represent that lying client when he's Attorney General. There'll be no integrity. There'll be no real basis of fact. He'll just do whatever Trump wants. We know that. But the central question today, at this hearing and on into the process, is not what Trump wants, but what Senate Republicans will do. Let me repeat that. The crucial question today is not what Trump wants, but what Senate Republicans will do. Where are the Senate Republicans? Are Republicans really going to go to the mat for Blanche after he aided Trump in his corruption every step of the way? Do Senate Republicans have no issue with Blanche masterminding Trump's MAGA slush fund, arranging Trump's sweetheart deal from the IRS, refusing to release 3 million pages of the Epstein file? Come on, Republicans, you have no shame? Is there no bar that can block you from and prevent you from putting a man like this as Attorney General? Republicans have set the bar so low for our nation's top law enforcement official that you have to dig for it. The American people don't trust Todd Blanche. Neither should Senate Republicans, plain and simple. Now let me talk a little bit about the SAVE Act. Republicans keep screwing around in reconciliation with Trump's voter suppression SAVE Act. Republicans should know by now that it ain't going to fly with us, with the courts, or with the American people. I'll say it as many times as it takes. The SAVE Act is dead on arrival here in the Senate. I don't care how Republicans try to package their plan to resurrect the old ghost of Jim Crow, we will kill it. Trump's blatant effort to strip Americans of their voting rights is withering in the courts, too. Yesterday, just yesterday, Trump lost his 14th and 15th cases trying to demand state voter rolls. Hey, Donald, what you're doing is illegal and unconstitutional, and the courts are making that very clear. Republicans like the senator from Utah can bluster all they want, but the SAVE Act is not going to become law. Trump will have to face all the voters, not just the ones he wants in November. The mess the Republicans find themselves in right now won't go away until they realize just how futile this effort to disenfranchise Americans is. Instead, Trump has bragged on national TV that he plans to force a shutdown if he doesn't get his way on the SAVE Act. Trump said, quote, Republicans have to pass SAVE, otherwise we're going to have a shutdown in November. Hear that, Republicans? Donald Trump, you hear that, Americans? You hear that, voters? Trump says he's going to shut down the government to take away Americans' voting rights. Are Republicans going to go along with that? I remind Donald again, as I did yesterday, last time you bragged about shutting down the government with Nancy and me in the Oval Office. Didn't come out too good for you, Donald. This one will come out even worse. So I hope Republicans hear this. Trump says he's going to shut down the government so he can take away Americans' voting rights. How do you think that's going to go over in this country? Democrats aren't saying we want to shut down. Trump is. Democrats, Republicans ought to do themselves a favor and bury the SAVE Act once and for all. Now on Iran. The hole Donald Trump keeps digging himself into in Iran has turned into a chasm. Trump continues to escalate his asinine war of whim with Iran. Yesterday, Trump renewed his threat to bomb Iran's civilian infrastructure, something that was criticized across the board the last time he lashed out. Democrats voted unanimously against the NDAA, unanimously, because the belief of our caucus is wide and deep. Congress cannot continue business as usual on the annual defense bill when Trump is actively escalating one of the worst national security disasters in American history. That's what he's doing. Trump can't launch a directionless war, defy Congress's bipartisan demands that it end, refuse to level with the American people about the cost, and then expect Democrats to follow quietly and vote all the money he wants to continue this absurdity. We will not act like a rubber stamp when our servicemen are in harm's way abroad and Americans are getting crushed financially and at the gas pump here at home. No way. Democrats have not and will not go along with this war. On the ICE shootings, there's so much that mounts up. The cost, chaos, and corruption in this Trump administration is unfathomable. On the ICE shootings, we continue to see the painful consequences of Republicans' refusal to make common-sense reforms to ICE. We recently learned that the ICE agent behind the shootings in Maine was a new recruit, only getting the job a few months ago. The victim of that killing wasn't even the target of the operation. ICE's recent orders to pause vehicle stops is too little too late. And that's before Trump reinstated the order 20 hours later. We need to stop this violence before it happens. The tragedies in Maine and Texas could have been prevented if Republicans had passed our bill to hold ICE to the same standards we expect from all other law enforcement. If Republicans had agreed to our proposal for body cameras, use of force training, warrant requirements, other basic reforms, the victims killed in Texas and Maine so tragically might be alive today. We can't let Trump's untrained, unaccountable agents continue to bring chaos to our streets. Republicans, where are you? Wake up. Rein in these rogue agencies. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Executive decision. I like it.
Mr. President,
The majority whip.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without
Thank you,
objection.
Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Kuntz nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, few votes in this body are as important as the vote to fund our troops, our military. Yesterday, right here on this floor of the United States Senate, every single Democrat voted to block that funding. And just 10 minutes ago, the minority leader came to the floor and bragged about the fact that the Democrats had blocked the funding for our military. He stood here and said they're proud of the fact that they are once again choosing politics over the security of our nation. That's what we're facing here in the United States Senate today, Mr. President. We're talking about the National Defense Authorization Act, and this Congress has passed this bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act every year for the past 65 years. And when it came to the floor of the Senate yesterday, The minority leader said to the Democrats, say no. Say no to the military. I'm going to go through the list of all the things they said no to yesterday. This year should be no different than the other years, 65 years in a row. This year's defense bill gives our military every tool it needs to keep us as Americans safe. It invests in peace through strength, at home and abroad. Importantly, this bill provides a pay raise for the men and women who defend our nation. Every single Democrat in this chamber joined Senator Schumer, joined Bernie Sanders, joined Elizabeth Warren and said, nope, we're not voting for it. We're not voting for it. That's what they said. They refused to allow the debate to even begin. This is before the bill even started the debate here on the floor of the Senate. And it's interesting because many of them flip-flopped. What do I mean by that? It means that first, many of them voted for the bill in the committee to send it to the floor. Then it gets to the floor, and what happens? All of them voted to block it from even beginning the debate. Apparently, Democrats were for it before they were against it. Here's what Democrats voted against. They voted against higher pay for our troops. They voted against better health care for our service members and their families. Democrats voted against better housing for our troops. Democrats voted against stronger deterrence. Democrats voted against a more lethal military. Democrats voted against a larger, stronger Navy. Democrats even voted against a modern nuclear deterrent. Don't we want to deter nuclear war? This is at a time when nuclear weapons are proliferating all around the world. In my home state of Wyoming, we have F.E. Warren Air Force Base. The airmen who serve there are the linchpin of our land-based nuclear force. The deterrence there has been known over the decades as our nation's ace in the hole. It's how it works. It's the desire to protect us as a nation. Democrats voted against all of it. They actually even voted against expanding our military recruitment effort. They don't want us to be able to recruit for the military, and they don't want the military to be properly funded and equipped in a way to protect us as a nation. Democrats actually even voted against more savings for taxpayers. Democrats voted against protecting women's sports at our military schools. No, they don't want any of that. Democrats voted against promotions based on merit and merit alone. Oh, no, if you've merited and earned a promotion, nope, you're not getting it on merit alone. That's who the Democrats have become. That's the threat to our nation. This far leftist group that's telling the Democrats here on the floor of the Senate what to do, and for things that had been bipartisan in the past, they said, no, we can't do that anymore. This far left wing of the party is telling us what to do and how to march in step. Democrats voted against ending harmful DEI mandates. They voted against stronger border security. They like open borders. They don't want border security. They voted against funding to combat against the cartels that are moving poison into the country, killing young people in record numbers. Democrats voted against stopping the flood of deadly drugs and illegal border crossings. Just 2 days ago, right here on the Senate floor, Senator from Maryland, Senator Chris Van Hollen, said this. He said, missile defense, to defend against incoming missiles, for the American people, he said, in his words, wasteful spending. It's remarkable. Defending the country, wasteful spending. That's who the Democrats have become. The Democrats act like penny pinchers when it comes to pay our troops to protect our homeland, yet they accept the astronomical cost of the waste, the fraud, the abuse, free health care for illegal immigrants, the fraud that's happening like we're seeing in Minnesota. All of those things, the Democrats are for all of that, but they're not for our troops and they're not to defend our nation. That's the Democrat Party of today. The Democrats of today are radical. They are extreme. They are dangerous. They are scary. Well, the world's a dangerous place. And by voting against the National Defense Authorization Act, Democrats are disrespecting the American troops. They are undermining American security, and Democrats are jeopardizing American strength. Look, our friend Lindsey Graham, he believed in peace through strength. I do, as well as do most Americans, not the Democrat Party of today. It's time for us to act on that belief that America is best when we are strong, and it helps make us more safe. It is time for the Senate to pass a bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act, and it's time for Democrats to act like Americans. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Oslo Brooks.
Majority Whip.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the scheduled vote at noon now begin immediately.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to vote cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Jeffrey T. Kuntz of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jeffrey T. Kuntz of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of Florida shall be brought to a close? The ayes and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Ms. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Murray. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Collins, Cornyn, Ernst, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Durbin, Hassan, Reed, and Schumer. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith? No. Mr. Ricketts? Mr. Ricketts? Aye. Fetterman? Mr. Fetterman? No. Mr. Marino? Mr. Marino? Mr. Heinrich? Mr. Heinrich? No.
Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Barasso, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. King, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Ms. Herrera? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Lummis? Aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester? No. Mr. Justice? Aye. Ms. Graham? Aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Gaines, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Duckworth? No. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Kim? No. Mr. Peters? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Booker, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, today I am honored to recognize an exceptional public servant and Michigander who's sitting right next to me here. His name is David Weinberg. And David, for nearly 18 years, has served on my team, guiding our office through major challenges and always delivering results for the people in Michigan as well as all across our country. David's Michigan roots run deep. His great-great-grandparents, Max and Jenny Fisher, left Eastern Europe in the 1890s and sought opportunity in the United States of America. They eventually settled in Kalamazoo, where Max's work as a peddler went on to become a 3-generation family business, buying scrap metal and fabricating steel. They also founded their synagogue in Kalamazoo, which remains there today. David's grandfather, Martin Kalb, first came to Michigan after enlisting in the Army, which stationed him at Fort Custer. He took an additional intensive language training program at the University of Michigan before deploying to Europe during World War II, where he served as an interpreter and a military police officer. Martin's education started a long line of Wolverines in David's family. His grandmother, Marcia, was the first in her family to go to college, graduating with a degree in political science. David's parents, Neil and Susan, who are up in the gallery here today, met at the University of Michigan in 1970. And just 35 years later, David graduated with a political science degree as well. Before becoming one of the longest-serving members of my team, David got his start on Capitol Hill, working for two titans in Michigan's congressional delegation. David interned for the venerable Congressman John Dingell, and then served as a law clerk for Senator Carl Levin in his role as chairman of the powerful Subcommittee on Investigations. In the 18 years that David has worked for me, I've been able to watch him grow from a recent law school graduate and junior campaign staffer to one of the longest-serving staff directors in the United States Senate. Over the years, David has helped shape some of the most consequential policies that I've been privileged to work on. As a legislative assistant and as a legislative director in both my House and Senate offices, and most recently as staff director of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. During my tenure in the House, David helped create and later expand the state Small Business Credit Initiative, which helps small businesses grow and create jobs. He worked hand in hand with Senator Debbie Stabenow's team and across the aisle to deliver $170 million to support the city of Florida during its water crisis. On the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, David has led an incredible team supporting my work to make government more efficient and effective for the American people. With his help, I have been able to enact bipartisan bills into law that save taxpayer dollars, streamline federal contracting, track and improve federal agency performance, modernize federal cloud computing, and dozens more. He and I share a mindset that Congress can't just focus on problems right in front of us, that we also have to look ahead to the challenges that we will be facing in the future. David helped me steer the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act of 2022 across the finish line, passing what the Washington Post called, and I quote the Washington Post, the most significant cyber legislation in history. Once this rule is finalized, it will help keep our critical infrastructure safe from dangerous cyber attacks and ransomware attacks. He has also helped me look ahead and prepare for emerging threats by working to pass bipartisan legislation that strengthens the cybersecurity for state and local governments, secures our federal supply chains, and improves our disaster preparedness, gives us the tools to defend against drone threats, and protects Americans' most sensitive genetic data. He has also been instrumental in helping another author cutting-edge legislation to prepare our nation for emerging technologies. In 2017, he played a critical role in my efforts to craft bipartisan legislation, along with Senator Thune, to help guide the safe deployment of self-driving cars. Through that process, David and I both became deeply steeped in artificial intelligence policy. And since then, he has helped me enact several bills to help drive the responsible adoption and use of AI by the federal government. David also understands the vital role that congressional oversight plays in making our government accountable to the public. He played a vital role in bringing together our Republican partners for major investigations led by my committee, including the January 6th Capitol attack and the assassination attempt on President Donald Trump. David has a keen understanding of exactly what it takes to be successful in moving bills or accomplish a goal in Congress. If there's a path of something getting in the way to being done, David will find it. Over the years, he has built an incredibly strong relationships with fellow staffers on both sides of the aisle, which is how this place has to work. I've watched him deftly handle markups on some of the most complicated legislation that this body considers. Helping to keep both Democratic and Republican senators together is absolutely important to advance critical bipartisan bills. He knows that when a deal can be made to compromise on legislation, without ever sacrificing core principles that drive my work on behalf of the people of Michigan. He is able to see around corners, identifying potential roadblocks and determining how to break through them in order to get things done. David's ability to distill complex information, to get to the heart of an issue, and to find the right path forward have made him one of my most trusted advisors over these many years. I could speak at length about David's work ethic and the many ways in which he has helped me serve the people of Michigan. But I've also been proud to witness some of the key moments of his life outside of work, including his marriage to Megan, and the joy which he has thrown himself into being a dad to his two sons, Jay and Elliot. In fact, David just recently celebrated perhaps one of his most important and impressive accomplishments. He is now a championship-winning Little League coach. And after seeing Dave in action over the years, I can't help to think there's a lot of overlap in the skills it takes to be an effective United States Senator and managing a dozen 6th and 7th graders. I've been proud to see everything that David has accomplished over these past 8 years, and I cannot wait to see all that he will accomplish in his next role. David, Colleen, and I are so grateful for all of your hard work and leadership over the years. We wish you all the best of luck as you head into your next chapter of your career, but you will always be part of Team Peters. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate stand at recess until 2 p.m. today.
Without objection, the Senate stands in recess until 2 p.m.
The Senate will come to order. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Barras. Mrs. Blackburn. Ms. Lyman. Resser. Mr. Burke. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Crapo, Marshall, and Scott of South Carolina. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Coons, Hassan, Heinrich, Klobuchar, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Smith, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Schatz, no. I mean, he can come out of the cloak. Mr. Fetterman, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Merkley? No. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Lemus, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Graham? Aye. Mr. Langford? Aye. Ms. Rosen? No. Mr. Scott of Florida? Aye. Ms. Warren? No. Mr. Lujan? No. Mr. Daines? Aye. Mrs. Britt? Aye. Mr. Warner? No. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. Kramer? Aye. Mr. Hoven? Aye. Mr. Kelly? No. Mrs. Shaheen? No. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
To recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, I have 11 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have been approved by the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, sadness entered the Senate over the weekend, and as we reflect upon the life of our colleague, our friend, our fellow citizen, our patriot toward the United States of America, and a friend, really, of the world, Senator Lindsey Graham, we honor his commitment to promoting liberty and fighting tyranny throughout the world. Yesterday, I joined a bipartisan group of senators by reintroducing legislation that he championed, the Sanctioning Russia Act. This legislation would meaningfully alter the course of Russia's unjust war in Ukraine, and it serves as a fitting tribute to the cause Senator Graham championed throughout his life and service in the United States Senate. Last month, leaders of the G7 countries issued a joint statement declaring their unwavering support for Ukraine in defending its freedom, sovereignty, and its territorial integrity. This was a welcome statement from the world's major industrialized democracies as Ukraine endures withering attacks from Russia, coupled with renewed commitment to both Ukraine and Article 5 as month's NATO. These words, backed by President Trump, come at a pivotal moment in Ukraine's defense against Russia. While Ukraine forces are making headlines, taking the battle to Russian territory, attacking Russian energy and defense infrastructure, the situation in the Donbass remains precarious. The ingenuity and courage of the Ukrainian forces have reduced Russian progress to incremental gains and in some places achieved reverses, but they still suffer a manpower shortage and, most alarmingly, lack of critical air defenses and interceptors. The G7 members agreed to increase the delivery of air defense capacities, additional systems and interceptors, and long-range capabilities. Recognizing the capabilities of Ukraine's defense industrial base, the statement says the countries are ready to consider extending to Ukraine the benefits of licenses to allow for an increase in Ukrainian production of its military equipment. Words, however, must be backed with action, and the United States and our allies must act quickly. For more than a year, I've advocated for Ukraine to receive access to cruise missiles. To the extent practicable, these weapons and Patriot interceptors should be expedited for Kiev's use. Given the backlogs in our own defense industrial base and that of the Europeans, investing in and supporting Ukraine's domestic war production is not something to be considered, but something to be done. I'm encouraged by President Trump's announcement at last week's NATO summit of his intentions to issue licenses to Ukraine to build Patriot interceptors domestically. While details remain to be worked out, and there are obstacles to overcome to make this announcement a reality, it signals to Vladimir Putin that his war is on borrowed time. The same holds true in pressuring Russia's economy through oil and gas sanctions. The G7 said, we will strengthen our sanctions, including those on the oil and gas sector. This statement coincides with the expiration of the most recent Treasury waiver on Russian oil sanctions announced by President Trump last October. Those sanctions were having a significant impact by depriving Moscow of revenue. Secretary Bessent has not issued another waiver, nor should he. The White House has taken an important step in endorsing long-standing legislation introduced by the late Senator Lindsey Graham. I've co-sponsored this legislation, which would punish countries that continue to buy Russian oil with crippling tariffs. This message is a clear message to friends and foes alike. You can do business with Russia, or you can do business with the United States, but you can't do both. I welcome Leader Thune's intention to bring this legislation to a vote soon and send it to the President's desk for his signature and it becoming law. Similarly, I call upon our European allies to find new supplies of liquefied natural gas more quickly ahead of next year's deadline to phase out Russian purchases. The EU imports of Russian LNG increased in the month of May, reportedly providing Moscow with over $1 billion in revenue. It is imperative for European countries to treat the war in Ukraine with the urgency it deserves and choke off Russia's revenue streams. Despite over 1 million casualties and a badly damaged economy, Vladimir Putin's objectives have not changed. From the outset of the full invasion he ordered in February 2022, he seeks to subjugate Kyiv's sovereign authority to Moscow's. He will not succeed, but his failure in Ukraine may make him more dangerous elsewhere. In the fall of 2022, as Russia's war efforts faltered, Russian officials repeatedly threatened to use tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine. Given Russian drone activity in NATO territory recently, our European allies who border Russia have legitimate fears that Putin could escalate the war to include them. President Trump is right to expect our allies. He is absolutely right to expect our allies to assume responsibility for their own security. Today, and for the next several years to come, however, the undeniable fact is that American forces have capabilities which cannot be replicated by the rest of NATO. Our continued involvement and leadership is critical to deterring Putin should he believe he can take action against NATO and succeed, either by taking territory or by fracturing the alliance. Last month's G7 statement is unequivocally clear in recognizing the threat Putin poses to European security. Through continued American leadership, Putin will fail in his goals to conquer Ukraine and split the West. And not just Europe, but the entire world will be safer because of it. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that my ensuing remarks be separated from the remarks I just made in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This summer, from July the 17th to the 19th, not too far away, residents of Burdett, Kansas, come together to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the town's founding. Burdett is a small community of fewer than 250 residents, and it's particularly meaningful to me as a place that I have represented since I was first elected as a public officer as a United States Senate. The community is special to me because on election night of that state Senate race, Browns Grove Township was the very first township to report its voting totals, and the tally showed that I just might win my uphill race for the Kansas State Senate. Some of my best remembrances are the Monday community potluck lunches and the annual Tri-County picnic in the city park. I've knocked on every door in Burdett and talked with members of the community about their hopes, their concerns, and how we can preserve our special way of life for another generation of Kansans. This summer, as local residents commemorate Burdett's history, they will also pay tribute to one of their own, Clyde Tombaugh, whose significant contributions advanced the fields of scientific discovery and space exploration. It's impossible to visit Burdett without seeing the pride the community has in his accomplishments. Born February 4th, 1906, Clyde was raised on a farm just outside Burdett, and he quickly developed a love of astronomy and learning. As a teenager, he taught himself how to build his own telescopes out of spare parts he found around the family farm. Later, his commitment to research and exploration would lead him to make a remarkable discovery that made history and helped to unlock a new understanding of our solar system. On February 18, 1930, at the age of just 24, Clyde discovered the existence of Pluto, the only major planet discovered here in the United States. Following this achievement, Clyde earned his bachelor's and master's degree in astronomy from the University of Kansas, and he went on to make many more contributions to advancing the fields of scientific research and space exploration. In 2015, NASA honored him by carrying a portion of his ashes aboard the New Horizons spacecraft on its mission to Pluto. The heart-shaped region of Pluto's surface was officially named Tombaugh Regio in his honor, paying tribute to his accomplishments and cementing the legacy of a Kansas farm kid in one of the most remote parts of our solar system. As Burdett celebrates its 150th anniversary, and I say congratulations to them, it's a history that is embodied by the story of Clyde Tombaugh, someone who with determination, hard work, curiosity, whose discoveries helped to shape how future generations understand our universe. For decades, this tight-knit community of Burdett has preserved his legacy and made certain the world remembers his contributions to science research and discovery. I hope everyone passing through southwestern Kansas will take the time to visit Burdett to learn the history and the legacy of this little town on the plains of Kansas. On behalf of the United States Senate, to the citizens of Burdett, past, present, and future, I congratulate the community of Burdett on its 150th anniversary and express my gratitude for the way in which its residents have honored and preserved the memory of one of our most notable Kansans and how kind they have always been to me. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, Donald Trump is dragging us back into war again, and no one is exactly sure why. He achieved almost none of his objectives that he set out at the beginning of the war while spending tens, if not hundreds, of billions of dollars and forcing Americans to pay more for everything, especially gas and groceries. It's been only a few days since the fighting resumed, and gas is already up to $4.89 nationally and $5.44 in Hawaii. And the president can't be bothered to explain why we are at war again and what we are supposed to be getting out of it. So let's just go through his own stated objectives at the start of the war and see where we stand today. Number one, regime change. And I quote, "There will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender," all caps, Donald Trump said in the first week of war. He told the Iranians, quote, "When we're finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take." How did that work out? The regime is intact. The regime is led by a younger Ayatollah with the same last name, emboldened by the knowledge that they survived months of war against the world's greatest superpower. The Iranian opposition is weaker than it was before the war, and the Iranian people are no freer today. Look, regime change wars rarely ever end well. And the idea that Trump was going to be able to go in and quickly topple the regime, much like he did in Venezuela a month earlier, was always absurd. But he did it anyway. Okay, goal number two, no nuclear weapons. Quote, "We will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. They will never have a nuclear weapon," Trump said on the day he launched the war. Now, it's true that heavy strikes last summer and the first phase of the war this spring have set back Iran's nuclear program. It is also true that that in the Memorandum of Understanding that has since fallen apart, Iran agreed to the same thing that it agreed to under the JCPOA, under the Obama nuclear agreement. We got all of this without having to go to war. And the criticism of the Obama agreement, and I was on the floor defending it, was that it didn't last long enough. Not that it wasn't any good, but that it didn't last in perpetuity, that it was only good for 10 years. Now we've got nothing. Now we've got nothing. And to that point, having repeatedly ruled out allowing any uranium enrichment and demanding that Iran turn over its uranium stockpile, Trump has changed his tune on both, and I quote, "It's a little hard. It's a little hard when other people have it, other adjoining states have it, and you're not letting them have it for purposes of electricity and things like that." This is Trump on uranium enrichment. On acquiring stockpiles, he said, quote, "You can make the case, why even bother? It's not very valuable stuff. Why even bother?" And that is the story of this war in a nutshell. Trump sets before us an impossible goal, and when it fails, he either moves the goalposts or backs down completely. The next goal, obliterating Iran's missiles. Quote, "We're going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally obliterated." He said that on February 28th. But according to press reports, U.S. intelligence agencies estimated that roughly 70% of Iran's pre-war missile stockpile was still intact as of May. And just this week, Iran started firing missiles again at tankers in the Strait of Hormuz and at military bases across the Middle East, demonstrating both its leverage and its ability to continue fighting. Okay, well, what about the goal of cutting off Iran's funding for proxy groups? The administration has mostly stopped talking about it, and there was no mention of Iran's support for Hezbollah or other groups in the MOU. In fact, the MOU allowed Iran to sell its oil freely, even though Trump's own State Department told Congress that oil exports are a primary revenue source for Iran's financing of proxies. So all of the stated objectives of this war have not been met. Finally, how are they doing on keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and free? Well, it's closed again, and Trump and Iran are back and forth going at it over who gets to control and who gets to charge tolls. To be clear, this was never a problem pre-war. And so now the objective in ending this war is just to get to the status quo before the war. We went to war to eliminate their ballistic missile capability, not on the nuclear side, not a success. We went to war to change the regime. Not only not a success, but a terrible failure. We've got a younger and more radical and entrenched Ayatollah in the regime of Iran. And now they know they can withstand our best hit. We went to war to eliminate their nuclear program, and not only did we not do that, but Donald Trump himself is kind of characterizing it like it's no big deal. And so now we're negotiating, not for any of the reasons that were stated, to put our service members in harm's way and to spend tens of billions of dollars of taxpayer funding for this war, and to raise the price of gasoline by $1.50 a gallon, to raise the price of fertilizer and plastics and natural gas and electronics, to raise the price of almost everything. We met none of our objectives, and now our objective is just keep sea lanes open. Sea lanes were open. Sea lanes are always open. That is not a foreign policy objective of the United States of America in the sense that we have to work really hard to do it. Freedom of navigation is a basic principle that we enforce around the world, but we don't have to bomb anybody to get it. And so now the end game is, let's try to get the straits open and pretend that the reasons that we went to war were not the reasons that we went to war. And I think what is the most disgusting about all of this, someone used to say, armies don't go to war, countries go to war. Now, why does that matter? You cannot go to war without the support of the American public. You cannot go to war without explaining to the American public what you are up to. And what happened many months ago was Donald Trump woke up one morning and said, I guess we're taking kinetic action against Iran. And people are finding, okay, sorry, what? What exactly are we doing and why? There was no buildup, there was no explaining, and most importantly for us as United States senators, there was no vote on the authorization of the use of military force. Now, they are going to say that under the War Powers Resolution, they have this ability to basically take military action if there's an imminent threat to the safety of the United States of America. And then they got 60 days, and it's kind of complicated exactly how it works. But what they have said now is that, no, this isn't a war. That's number one. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, it is a war, but we have 60 days. Oh, the war is off because the MOU for the ceasefire is now being implemented. And now the war is back on, and they're acting as if, as a legal matter, this new kinetic engagement is a second and separate war, and the clock starts again. And you got 60 days again to delay Congress from weighing in. And this is not some procedural nicety. This isn't me as a politician like protecting my prerogatives. The reason this matters is the people's representatives in the Congress have to vote before we go to war. And there are some narrow exceptions if we are in danger. You don't want to have to assemble Congress if we're in immediate danger. Fine. We are not in immediate danger. We were never in immediate danger. If you want to claim that the ICBM array that the IRGC had was a danger to the United States, come down, at least testify before the Foreign Relations Committee and the Armed Services Committee, and then at least have a debate on the damn floor of the United States Senate. And it's worse than that, because to the extent that we've had any votes at all, we actually have prevailed. A majority of members of this body have said that this war should come to a conclusion. And so my Republican colleagues are saying, hey, why don't we pass the defense authorization? After all, it's a big bipartisan bill and we always do it. That's true. We always do it. And I think 13 out of 14 years, 12 out of 13 years, I've voted for the National Defense Authorization Act. And the reason I voted no yesterday is because I'm not voting for a defense bill. until this war is over. And I'm not voting for a defense bill until we get to debate the most important thing happening in terms of our national defense. We are at war, and we are being prevented from even overseeing it. We are just asked to fork over tens and tens of billions of dollars without so much as weighing in on this is an authorization of the use of military force. The president, as the commander-in-chief of our military, may engage kinetically with another country. We've decided that. We've been elected. We've decided that. None of that happened. Why? Because they don't have the votes for that. Why do they not have the votes for that? Because this war is stupid and the public knows it. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston Brooks.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are, Senator.
I ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. America lost a fearless patriot in our friend Lindsey Graham. He devoted his life to serving the people of South Carolina and this nation. He never shied away from a difficult fight, and he always stuck to his principles. It's been so moving to see all the tributes to his life and his legacy pour in from each side of the aisle. It speaks to who he was as a leader, statesman, and a public servant. He believed in robust, respectful, bipartisan debate, and he knew that in Washington, you can only solve problems by building a big tent and inviting people to join you. He did it time and again across more than 3 decades in public office, working to protect our national security, strengthen our military, secure our border, protect kids online, and save our elections. I had the honor of serving alongside him on the Judiciary Committee, including during his time as both chair and ranking member. He knew that peace and prosperity are only possible under the rule of law, and he fought to defend the rule of law. Just a few months ago, Lindsey and I filed the 287G Expansion Act to encourage state and local law enforcement to partner with ICE and accomplish President Trump's goal of deporting criminal illegal aliens and keeping our communities safe. Last month, We also introduced the Election Security Partnership Act to get more states to submit their voter rolls to DHS through the SAVE program and secure our elections. On that issue, Lindsay was a champion of the Save America Act to ensure that only American citizens vote in American elections. The Senate should put election integrity measures on the floor for a vote and honor his legacy. That's exactly what he would encourage us to do. It was so moving to see his sister Darlene sworn into office yesterday to complete his term. My prayers are with her, with his family, friends, staff, and all who loved him. May he rest in peace. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Few things are more sacred than our citizenship. It's what empowers us to defend our freedoms, choose our elected representatives, and serve our nation. It is what makes us we, the people. Yet for years, one industry has undermined this cherished institution, and that industry is birth tourism. Each year, tens of thousands of foreigners give birth in our country with the intention, and the only intention, of securing U.S. citizenship for that child. These tourists are often wealthy nationals from China and Russia. Then they return to their home countries as soon as they receive that child's paperwork, their U.S. passport, their Social Security number. Behind this appalling practice is a multi-million-dollar industry that helps clients exploit our nation's immigration laws. What they're doing is helping people circumvent the legal process. Now, during President Trump's first administration, the Justice Department investigated this, and they actually charged 19 people for operating 3 birth tourism schemes in Southern California. These schemes brought thousands of Chinese nationals to our country to give birth. The operators actually instruct their clients on how to apply for visas and trick the system. They instruct them on how to deceive U.S. Customs officials about the purpose of their stay, and then they instruct them on where to get medical care, where they're going to be housed. They also purchased flights and then made those housing arrangements for those individuals while charging them tens of thousands of dollars. Mr. President, this is fraud. Now, what we do know is among the customers of these birth tourism companies are Chinese government officials, including individuals affiliated with state-owned radio stations and the Public Security Bureau in the Beijing municipal government. In a separate scheme, a company with branches in Miami and in Russia charged clients up to $49,000 to help them travel to our country to obtain citizenship for their newborns. On its website, the company boasted that it served, and I'm quoting from the website, the wives of dignitaries, oligarchs, and celebrities, end quote. So they admit they're committing fraud. They admit they are circumventing U.S. law. Now, what is so interesting about this is they take it a step further. They've come here. They've defrauded the system. They've deceived U.S. officials. they have the baby, they get their paperwork, and they're going to exit the country. So these companies now advise these women on how to gain permanent residency status through their newborn's citizenship. Bear in mind, I have just said, these are the wives and women that are a part of the Chinese Communist Party leadership. The website says from Russia. It's oligarchs. It is celebrities. It is officials. They are giving birth and then having that child deemed a U.S. citizen, then leaving the country to rear that child with a Russian mindset or a Chinese mindset. Now, last week, Governor Greg Abbott launched an investigation into a Texas hospital that advertised childbirth packages in Mexico with the tagline, and I quote, "Have my baby in Texas," end quote. So by exploiting our nation's immigration laws, this industry helps clients obtain all the blessings of American citizenship and none of the responsibilities. Zero, zip, nada, nothing. You know, Mr. President, the question to ask is this what our men and women in uniform have fought for when we talk about defending our nation, our sovereignty, our freedoms? To have a cheap, fraudulent company conduct fraudulent activity and sell U.S. citizenship. Well, that is what they are doing. Now, think about what it takes to become a U.S. citizen if someone wants to be naturalized as a U.S. citizen. First, they must maintain continuous residency in the U.S. for 5 years, have a good moral character, demonstrate an attachment to the principles of the U.S. Constitution, and a firm grasp of U.S. and American history, display proficiency in English, and take an oath of allegiance to the United States. Now, do those responsibilities and actions sound anything like what these birth tourism companies are out here selling? The answer is no, absolutely not. Again, the Democrats work overtime trying to make illegal legal. We saw it through Joe Biden with the open border. We saw it with cabinet secretary after cabinet secretary who tried to find workarounds, who tried to say we're going to enforce part of the law but not all of the law. They want it to be convenient. They don't want any borders. They're just not going to stand and defend the United States. Now, the children of birth tourists avoid all of those requirements for naturalized citizenship. Yet, get this, they can vote in our elections. The day they turn 18, they can be voting. They can serve in public office, and yes, indeed, on a U.S. passport, they can come and go as they please. To address this abuse of our laws, President Trump issued an executive order last year that prohibited the newborn children of foreigners from obtaining U.S. citizenship. In a disappointing ruling earlier this month, the Supreme Court struck down that order, allowing this horrible practice of birth tourism to continue. The Trump administration has vowed to use every legal avenue available to them to end birth tourism in America. Congress should do everything in its power to support this effort, which is why this week I have reintroduced the Ban Birth Tourism Act. This bill would amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to ban birth tourism as a permissible basis for obtaining a temporary visitor visa to gain admission to our country. It would also add birth tourism to the list of immediately deportable offenses under the law. These measures would help ensure that future Democrat administrations cannot lay out the welcome mat for foreign visitors hoping to exploit our laws. Mr. President, the way I look at it, our citizenship, being an American, and we have all stood and celebrated our great nation as we've celebrated America 250. And we know that to each and every citizen, being a citizen is one of the greatest blessings. It means you're part of the greatest people in the greatest country on the face of the earth. It must never be for sale. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every day, the men and women of law enforcement leave home not knowing.
Senator's in a quorum call.
Could I ask we initiate the quorum?
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every day, the men and women of law enforcement leave home not knowing what they will encounter. They live life with the uncertainty of what the next hazard is that they might encounter during the call that they receive to go protect and serve. Said Sergeant Scott Reese was shot and killed responding to one of those calls. And today I rise to honor one of Ohio's bravest sons as Sergeant Reese. We lost him on July 5, 2026, just a couple weeks ago. Sergeant Reese served and protected his community until the very last moment when he was on one of those calls and was shot and killed and lost his life, and we all mourn his loss. Today, I want to take a few moments to honor his life, his service, and his legacy. Sergeant Reese was 54 years old and a native of Doylestown. He was a 10-year veteran of the Rittman Police Department. Before joining the Rittman Police Department, he served as a deputy with the Wayne County Sheriff's Office and as an officer with the Sugar Grove Police Department. As you can see, Sergeant Reese right there. His colleagues remember him as someone who wanted people to know that when they called for his help, he'd be there for them. And he was a person to respond with kindness and a community spirit. Sergeant Reese was a devoted husband and father. I had a chance a few days ago to speak with his wonderful wife, Michelle. He's remembered as someone who was deeply involved in his family's life, especially supporting his daughter's cheerleading activities. Each year, in fact, Sergeant Reese and his wife, Michelle, volunteered their time raising money at a fundraiser for the cheerleaders. They would organize the dunk tank. Anybody that grew up in a small town knows what the dunk tank is. Pay a few dollars to throw a ball and dunk the police sergeant, and that's what Scott would do. It helped support the cheerleading program, but it was one of the many things that he would do to help give back to his community and support life in a small rural town in Ohio. Sergeant Reese was also an alumnus of the Chippewa local schools and remained actively involved with the school long after graduation. A police sergeant in a small town, Chippewa schools, is an important local leader, important example, a mentor, someone to look up to, and that's who Scott Reese was. Certainly was that kind of figure in his local community. Sergeant Reese was a dedicated public servant who put his life on the line every day and made the ultimate sacrifice in service to his community and responding to a violent call. But there's no way he could know it would have been his last, because he responded as a dedicated public servant in law enforcement every single time he got the call. His wife and children and loved ones and fellow officers remain in our prayers. I know how hard it is for them, having talked to several of them during the course of the last few weeks. They love Scott, and it was hard for them, as you would expect, to confront his tragic loss. And we will mourn him. We'll mourn his loss, honor his life, that was defined by community, sacrifice, service, and courage. So, Mr. President, Sergeant Scott Reese gave his life protecting his community and his neighbors. I thank my colleagues for giving me a few moments to hear his story and to join me in honoring his service and celebrating his life. So many times, so many days, these public servants, these law enforcement officials are asked to show courage and give to their communities. And they do it humbly, as Scott Reese did for so many years. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to confront the tragedy of them losing their lives in service to their communities. We do that in honoring the life of and service of Scott Reese. I want to say to his wife, Michelle, and to his children and his colleagues in law enforcement that we will keep you in our prayers. We mourn his loss, and we honor his service. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Enjoy more of our videos on the Community Advocate Network channel, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. If you would like to advertise your service, special announcement, or event, you may contact us at the Community Advocate Network at gmail.com. For community resources and services, exclusive articles, and video content, join our private community on Patreon. Link is in the bio.